Приветствую всех, с вами Балрак, и с нами Пятничный стрим, и Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut. Давайте посмотрим, что тут нового. Может быть, стоит... Нет, не сохранить. Загрузить. Ну это по сути то же самое. Ладно. Так, секунду. Окей. Ты стоишь на лесной тропе, в конце этой тропы избушка. В подвале избушки сидит принцесса.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Так. Так, есть ли здесь сразу какие-то изменения? Ну, сразу есть изменения в переводе, потому что это официальный перевод, а не тот, который я использовал в предыдущий раз. Ладно, славненько, давно мечтал привить кого-нибудь голубых кровей. Вива ля революцион.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Меня? Как будто качество трансляции плохое. Но какого хрена? Непонятно. Короче, если какие-то проблемы на трансляции, пишите, но вроде бы все более-менее окей.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Направиться в избушку. Теперь это избушка, а не хижина, но окей.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Бодрый вечер, вроде все норм. Окей, хорошо.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
И да, привет. Ну, взять клинок.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Спуститься в подвал.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Спускаться дальше.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
Я попробую ее сейчас убить. На самом деле я хочу посмотреть, какие здесь будут варианты.
Stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Да, взять волю в кулак или сделать шаг вперед.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Артефакты иногда появляются. Хрен его знает, что я с этим могу сделать. Вроде у меня ничего не запущено.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ну, покончить с принцессой.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Ну, конечно, мертва.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Уйти.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Пока что я не вижу ничего нового. Что за фигня? Выпусти меня отсюда.
Done is done. and there's no going back now. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Есть идея, как отсюда выбраться? Не, ну это все было.
I do, but you're probably not going to like it.
Ну, видимо, как раз в этом и проявляется то, что у меня не так с инетом. Ну, хотя сейчас вроде бы должно стать лучше. Вроде бы инет исправился. Так что должно, по идее, стать лучше.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Ну да, можно самоубиться.
It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Так. Но использовать клинок значит убить нас. Разве тогда мы не умрем?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Я не могу спуститься вниз?
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
Окна? Не, ну так-то да, но там тоже пустота, так что это тоже, по сути, самоубийство.
I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Надеюсь, ты знаешь, о чем говоришь. Я бы не хотел взаправду умирать. Я не собираюсь рисковать своей жизнью лишь потому, что у тебя появилось странное предчувствие. Я готов на все, чтобы вырваться из этого ада. И правда, мне эта идея не по душе. Я готов на все, чтобы выбраться из этого ада.
Thank you. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs.
То есть мы все-таки спускаемся вниз. Хорошо.
The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2. Spectre. Привидение.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Так. Ах ты ублюдок, теперь я тебе покажу. Я все твои трюки знаю. Как-то не по себе, у меня полное ощущение дежавю. Минутку, все это уже было, нет? Так. Допустим. Ах ты ублюдок. Ну теперь я тебе покажу, я знаю все твои трюки.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. we'll just do it again. Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Ладно, направиться в избушку.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and
Ладно,
she
это мы
will
уже слышали.
be a problem.
Хотя, не, на самом деле, я, наверное, не буду пропускать реплики пока что. Потому что предыдущий стрим был довольно давно, так что сорян, кто пропустил. Дальше не буду. Направиться в избушку.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Будут ли какие-то изменения по поводу зеркала? Ты забыл упомянуть зеркало на стене?
Because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and find her body, so we can be done with this.
Мне важно знать, почему меня лгут. Большая, хочу посмотреть на свое отражение, увидеть, какой я красавец. По-моему, очевидно второй вариант.
I care less about that and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good?
Упс, я последнюю фразу пропустил. Думал, уже конец. Ладно, подойти к зеркалу.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Артефакты при смене кадров иногда очень сильно шакалят картинку. А на других играх такого не было? Ну что, вроде бы... Блин. Походу, сегодня у меня что-то не очень хорошо все будет со стримом. Какого хрена? Возможно, что-то у меня с провайдером сегодня. Блин, к сожалению, я не знаю, что мне с этим делать. Я могу, конечно, попробовать перезапустить стрим, но... Хрен его знает. Я не уверен, что это поможет.
This really isn't funny.
Потеря зеркала.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Ну, кстати, я не знаю, у меня на экранчике вроде бы нормально показывается, но... Хрен его знает.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Не знаю, я, конечно, на маленьком экране смотрю, но вроде бы нормально. Это, в принципе, терпимо, не динамичная игра все-таки. Да, к счастью, у меня сегодня не динамичная игра, так что... В принципе, я потом посмотрю, как оно будет на видео. И если будет все совсем плохо, то, может быть, я загружу запись. На записи, по крайней мере, все нормально должно быть. Ну или, во всяком случае, ВКонтакте точно будет запись, так что там все будет немного лучше. Точнее, намного лучше. Окей, взять клинок.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Спуститься в подвал.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the room below is silent.
Да блин. Я пропускаю конец фраз. Ладно.
Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Ну ладно.
Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
А может, что-то у меня YouTube тормозит? Ну, теоретически, конечно, не. Но, в принципе, шакализм может быть, если у меня хреновая связь. А OBS мне сейчас пишет, что связь довольно хреновая. Так что вполне может быть, что это с моей стороны.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? A ghost!
Окей.
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Наблюдать, как будут разворачиваться события? Я думаю, да.
I see you brought that annoying knife again. So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
Об этом я и говорил в лесу. Все повторяется, мы ее уже убили. Так. Тут дофига вариантов. Ладно, начнем сначала. Об этом я и говорил, тебе в лесу все повторяется, мы ее уже убили.
Yes, obviously things are strange. Right now, I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no changing what's already happened. But you have a job to finish. Finish how? We already did what you told us. And now she's a ghost. You haven't tried slaying her yet this time, though, have you? And then what? And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after? You already know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? Are you going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much care for that. I'm not going to lock you anywhere. What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Ведь я уже убил тебя, почему ты не мертва?
I don't feel very dead, but I guess I'm not dead. So you must have only mostly killed me. Or maybe death is only mostly real, but it's also mostly not real. I'm not sure. I'm just the one these things have happened to, not the one with all the answers, or any of the answers.
But we're not a ghost. Unless we are? Maybe that's why the mirror disappeared. We're actually dead. Death, at least as a form of permanence, is just a concept. And clearly it's not a very useful one anymore. Maybe we should throw it out entirely.
Таких реплик я не помню, так что, может быть, это часть DLC. Но это не точно. Я мог просто не выбирать их тогда. Но здесь лежит твое тело, твой труп.
The princess glances back at the bones lying on the floor.
It's just a body. Do you believe these bones? Or do you believe me? Because those bones aren't talking to you.
She's seeing things pragmatically. We should do the same. Reality is what's in front of us, not our preconceptions of what it should be. There doesn't need to be a static truth. There doesn't need to be objectivity.
Знаешь, почему стала призраком?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me.
Я не уверен, но мне кажется, такое было.
All I know is there's a hole in my chest. And not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper. A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
Где же ты должна быть?
Home.
And just where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here. But I can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific. And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Я могу как-нибудь помочь тебе найти путь домой? Хочешь, я передам твои остатки земле?
No, those bones are just a body. They aren't me. Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing. But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything would be fine.
Те же мысли.
Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things. That'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you own me.
Жутко.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. But I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Так. Мне нужно подумать.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to think about, but I'm very good at waiting.
Прости, что убил тебя, да, не стоило этого делать, или ты желаешь моей смерти, хочешь я покончу с собой, чтобы ты почувствовала себя отомщенной? Если что, мне не впервые, я готов. Это не вариант. Но я ведь тоже умер, почему тогда не превратился в призрака, как и ты? Что случилось? Чем я от тебя отличаюсь? Чем ты отличаешься от меня?
You
Думаю,
don't
да.
look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. But we've already been over that, so why don't you stop stalling and let me in? It's so cold out here.
Прости, что убил тебя тогда, не стоило этого делать. Я думаю, это вариант. Ты желаешь моей смерти, хочешь я покончу с собой, чтобы ты почувствовала себя отомщенной, если что, мне не впервой. Я готов.
Are we putting this to a vote? Because personally, I'd prefer if we didn't die again. If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. But I don't see the point of offing ourselves just yet.
Oh, that's sweet of you to offer, but killing yourself wouldn't help either of us.
It would seem that everyone here is in agreement except for you. I shouldn't have to tell you that you shouldn't kill yourself. So please, try to keep your suicidal tendencies in check.
Like I said, I just want to go home.
Прости, что убил тебя тогда, не стоило этого делать.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
Так, ну все идет к тому, что в любом случае она завладеет моим телом.
She's not in a position to bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
Когда я тебя убил, эта избушка словно телепортировалась. Лес исчез, концепция времени потеряла всякий смысл. Мне пришлось покончить с собой, чтобы выбраться.
You poor thing. That must have been so frightening for you.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us. This whole thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it? She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right.
I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest.
It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
Ты умеешь проходить сквозь стены, почему ты тогда не уходишь отсюда?
I wish that's how it worked, but this place won't let me go.
Понятно. Что еще здесь есть? Господа, я в тупике, нужны ваши идеи. Уйдем отсюда вместе. Я не отдам тебе вселиться в мое тело и выбраться на свободу. Ты ведь уже мертва, выходит, моя задача выполнена, мне тут больше нечего делать, я ухожу. Покончить с принцессой. Пока я не принял решение, ответить мне на один вопрос. Что ты собираешься делать, когда выберешься из избушки? Говорят, ты хочешь уничтожить мир.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over. She's right, though, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Чем ты займешься, если я помогу тебе выбраться отсюда?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt. Maybe I'll haunt you. It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
The princess leans in close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
Especially when that someone is dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that, either. Does anyone actually know who they are or what they want?
Ты правда собиралась уничтожить весь мир?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
Ты не ответила на мой вопрос. Ты хочешь уничтожить мир? Ладно, я думаю, это не имеет смысла, так что вернуться, остановиться на этом. Так. Я хочу вот это вот проверить. Ты мертва по большей части. Как ты можешь мне навредить?
A boring question with an easy answer. Nothing. She's a ghost. Ghosts can't hurt us.
That's for me to know, and for you to wonder about. Maybe I can't do anything to you.
See?
Or maybe I can rip your heart out.
Who's to say, really?
I don't like the uncertainty here. I don't know what to do or who to trust.
Господа, я в тупике. Нужны ваши идеи.
We could always try violence. It's worked for us so far. She's a ghost. Who says ghosts are immune to violence? common sense? There's nothing common or sensible about common sense. Action and observation are the only things that matter. Fine, then let me observe that the acts of killing her and killing ourselves haven't got us much of anywhere. We're still back in this cabin, we're still dealing with her, only now she has a good reason to hate us. I suppose you have a point. Do you have any ideas then? I don't know. Maybe we do what she wants. Maybe we let her possess us and walk out of here. We could. It would be something different. I like different. Absolutely not. If you walk her out of here, she's going to end the world. And is that really so bad? Yes, it is by its very definition bad. But those are the only options, aren't they? Violence or doing what she wants. Or just leaving her down here. Though ignoring a problem is rarely a solution, is it?
Я думаю, над одним из этих двух вариантов. Ты ведь уже мертва, выходит, моя задача выполнена. Мне тут больше нечего делать, я ухожу. Или покончить с принцессой. Я уверен, что ни то, ни другое ни к чему не приведет, но... Или все-таки позволить принцессе вселиться в тело. Короче, пока что я попробую еще этот вариант. Если бы я знал, что мы опять встретимся, то не стал бы тебя убивать.
And if I knew you were going to murder me without even knowing who I was, I wouldn't have given you the chance.
We all make mistakes.
Блин. Сложный выбор. Ну, давайте покончим с принцессой.
Hesitation, you lash out with your blade. It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
You're adorable when you're confused.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Не сдаваться и покончить с принцессой.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade cuts through nothing as she disappears.
Really?
Her voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here, together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
Но все плохо.
Wherever home is.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
I guess violence is the only language you speak.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened. And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Молча уставиться на нее.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next. But it is over the horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
Вау.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed, starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Покончить с принцессой или умереть? Покончить.
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly. Did we get her? Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
See you soon, killer.
Ну ладно.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 3. Умертвие.
You're on a path in the wood, and here we go again. Off to slay her again. The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it. Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer. Yeah, and what if there isn't? Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start? That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them. Okay, so you've already been here. Twice even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess.
Я не помню голос обиженного. Был ли такой?
Well, we didn't have to start over.
Или он просто как-то по-другому называл, переводился в той версии?
We killed ourselves. And why, pray tell, did you do that? Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us. That doesn't sound like me. If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void, and then you told us we were happy. Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful. Yes, and then she killed us. Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seemed to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish. All this standing around and talking is boring. Let's at least do something. Maybe we'll kill her again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll even free her.
С чего бы нам тебе помогать? Ты просто снова навсегда нас где-нибудь заточишь. Ты тот же рассказчик, что встречался нам в других мирах, ты как-то быстро поверил, что мы здесь уже были.
If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. That's a hedge, not a wager. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Здесь как-то перевод немножечко даже не немножечко, а очень сильно все сократил. Было бы интереснее, если бы он все перевел. А, окей.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
С чего бы нам тебе помогать? Ты просто снова навсегда нас где-нибудь заточишь.
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise. Oh yeah, sure, that changes everything. I mean, he did promise. And you believed him?
Мы убивали ее и погибали от ее руки. Но ни то, ни другое не обернулось для нас ничем хорошим. Если нам суждено вечно крутиться в этой петле, в конце концов мы ее освободим. Вполне можно сделать это уже сейчас. Я думаю, да.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever. Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. How convenient, everything always comes back to what you want us to do. I'm sick of him. Makes me want to end the world out of spite. On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
Мы не пробовали еще кое-что. Развернуться и уйти.
I'm begging you, don't do this. You're going to damn everything to oblivion. You have to do something. You can't just walk away. Yet here we are, walking away despite your protestations. You can only bend the rules so much, huh? You can talk all you want, but you can't really do much of anything, can you? Ugh, fine. You walk down the path away from the cabin. Hope for all our sakes that you change your mind before it's too late.
Я могу уйти от избушки?
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? Everything is getting fuzzy.
Что? Такого точно не было.
What's going on? Where are we? I don't know, but it feels like home.
That son of a bitch flipped over the table, didn't he?
Конец? Так быстро? Мир вокруг тебя раскручивается, и его физическая материя заменяется тканью пустоты. Ты снова оказался в долгом покое. Память возвращается. Снова? Слышен отдаленный грохот, переплетение множества звуков. Колебания становятся громче, когда ты приближаешься. Когда приближается нечто иное. Ты уже знаешь, что обитает в пустоте. Щупальца трогают ткань реальности. Конечности находят твое сознание и обвиваются вокруг него. Ты больше не один. Недоумение. Зачем ты пришел? Я еще не готова. Сопротивление. Пальцы царапают когтями стеклянную поверхность твоей души. Разочарование. Этот сосуд полон тобой. Если он не приносит новых даров, ты бесполезен для нас. Сила, подавляющая твою волю. Нет, ты не можешь вернуться назад. Не туда. Сожаление. Этот мир сломан, и его невозможно починить. Мы должны создать новый. Грозящий палец. Здесь не так уж много нитей. Не трать их попусту, я твое единственное спасение. Что? Глава 1. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Не, ну такой концовки у меня точно не было. Но только я не понимаю, это что-то DLC-шное или это обычное? А если развернуться и уйти? Блин, я не понимаю. Но считается, что убивать принцесс плохо.
Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Что за воспоминания? А предпочтения? Не, это все фигня. Так, я, пожалуй, сохранюсь. Выйду. И, возможно, попробую начать просто заново. Я не это имел в виду под выйти. Я имел в виду выйти в главное меню. Игра. Минуточку. Так, новая игра. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods.
Так это мы
You're
только
here
что
to
слышали. Ну здесь все то же, что и было. Мне положена за это какая-нибудь награда?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Что я получил награду за выполнение этой задачи?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be,
Ладно, я попробую вот это загрузить. И все-таки пойдем отсюда. Ладно, молча отправиться.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Не, ну ладно, это мы уже слышали.
Ignore him.
Направиться в избушку.
The interior of the cabin is
Это мы тоже уже
ablaze. It's
слышали.
your implement.
Спуститься в подвал просто, без клинка.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly
Это мы тоже слышали.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
А вот это еще не слышали.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Я пришел, чтобы спасти тебя.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Я хочу посмотреть, будут ли изменения в такой линии.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Я подумаю, что можно сделать.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Есть какие-нибудь идеи на случай, если ключа там не окажется?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear that. Is someone else here?
Попытаться открыть дверь.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Спуститься.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Ну, стоп, у меня вообще никакого выбора нет. Ну ладно, спасти принцессу.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Ну давай, подойти к закрытой двери.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Покончить. Предостеречь ее.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Какая ужасная игра. В каком смысле?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Так. Сопротивляться. Один вариант.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Как он драматизирует.
I'm sorry.
Окей.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ладно. Глава 2. Прекрасная дева.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay.
Ладно, это мы слышали. Опция нет.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
А если развернуться и уйти? Меня пустит?
Are we running away? What are you doing? We have to save her. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Главное, я точно знаю, куда идти не нужно. К избушке. Не нужно идти к избушке. Что-то меня устраивает ситуация, в которой миру придет конец. Быть может, он знаменует новый рассвет для всех, как будто после нас. Для всех, кто будет после нас. Теперь я пошел в другую сторону. Я думаю, этот вариант. Главное, я точно знаю, куда идти не нужно. К избушке. Не нужно идти к избушке.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
И меня пустит?
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Серьезно? Ну ладно, пойдем к избушке. Ладно, я зайду в эту избушку, успокойся только.
That's great to hear. As long as you bring that fiery attitude to princess slaying, I think this will all resolve splendidly. Oh, it's going to resolve splendidly, all right.
Может быть, это как раз DLC-шная фигня, что я могу в любой момент развернуться и уйти, потому что раньше, насколько я помню, я вообще не мог этого сделать, если я сразу не пошел назад.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Спуститься в подвал.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Баба с анатомией рыбки перископ пытается отгрызть себе руку. Ну, бывает.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing, and she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Вот прикинь.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Так. В прошлый раз ты меня убил, и мне было очень больно. Зачем ты это сделала? Я не принес тебе нож. Я не принес нож, мне снова надо будет отрезать тебе руку. Что произошло после моей смерти? Я должен задать тебе один вопрос. После того, как ты меня убила, ты уничтожила мир? Прости за прошлый раз, моим телом завладел рассказчик, который отправил меня сюда, чтобы тебя убить. Это было очень нечестно. Я начну с этого. Я не принес нож, мне снова надо будет отрезать тебе руку.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Человек с диссоциативным расстройством личности мутит с рыбкой перископ. Окей. Почему перископ?
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Так. Что произошло после моей смерти?
You died, and now we're talking.
Не, ну так-то неплохо. Может, сам как-нибудь сыграю. Но это не точно. Не, ну игра прикольная. Здесь много вариантов, что можно сделать и к чему это приведет. А теперь, я так понимаю, их стало еще больше, этих вариантов. В том числе я, видимо, могу в любой момент разворачиваться и уходить тупо. Но это я еще хочу проверить. А что было до того, как мы начали разговаривать? Не, это я не хочу трогать. Это я хочу трогать. Прости за прошлый раз, моим телом заводил рассказчик, который отправил меня сюда, чтобы тебя убить. Это было очень нечестно.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Хочу ли я это спрашивать? Почему нет? В прошлый раз ты меня убила, и мне было очень больно. Зачем ты это сделала?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone. She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Ну ладно, спасти принцессу.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved.
Я вот не помню, раньше он называл клинок безупречным? Или это как раз Pristine Cut?
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
А чего ты хочешь?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Должно же быть что-то, чего ты хочешь.
I just want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Сделать счастливой тебя?
I just want to make you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
Но у тебя же должны быть собственные желания. Ты меня только что встретила, твое счастье не должно зависеть только от меня.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Тут явно происходит что-то странное, и меня это очень пугает. А что если мы ничего не будем делать, просто останемся здесь, тогда никто не пострадает, а мы вместе придумаем, как стать счастливыми? Может быть так? Или здесь что-то не так, давай просто уйдем отсюда? Либо первый, либо последний вариант. Допустим, первый.
Oh, is that really what you want? If you think that would make you happy, then...
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
Well, at least she's normal again. Normal again? Can't you tell she's sad? She's distraught. This is unacceptable. But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart, she'd be happy here. As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then...
По-моему,
you
еще не было.
absolutely do not do that. Oh, but I do. What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Оригинально.
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet, it's done, isn't it? It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch.
Такого точно у меня не было.
Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room. Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
Точно?
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Ладно. Эпилог. Долго и счастливо?
You're on a path in
Wow.
the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin.
Оригинально. Такого у меня точно не было. Но опять же, может быть, этот вариант был бы, если бы я выбирал правильные реплики. Но это не точно. Может быть, там просто не было таких реплик.
Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Not that he was eager to divulge that. And right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! can't say I'm happy to be here. This is a bad place, all stale and wrong. Can't you feel it? Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from, meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes? We know that you keep telling us that, but we've never seen a world end. As far as I'm concerned, that whole conversation is just noise. And I'm stuck on a better question. Where's the other one?
А вот мне тоже интересно, куда исчез другой? Куда делся голос возлюбленного?
The
Влюбленного?
other one? Yeah, a certain lovesick fool has been suspiciously quiet. One might even say, absent. Oh, you're right. It's a little quiet here, isn't it? Maybe that's one of the rules. Maybe only one bonus voice is allowed to be here at a time. Bonus voice? I'm just as important as you are. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All I'm saying is that it's my third time here and it's your first. You're not unwelcome, but from my perspective, you're definitely bonus.
Ладно.
I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicoloured glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty.
Ну ладно.
Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
Действительно, клинка нет. Какая разница, есть клинок или нет? В прошлый раз он нам не пригодился. В первый раз она с его помощью вообще нас прикончила. Почему никто из вас не обращает внимания на зеркало?
Oh, I see it. I've just been preoccupied with everything else going on, like the fact that we can rip our own heart out without deciding that's what we're going to do.
Кстати, да.
Is that what happened to you last time? How did that even work? You better not do it again.
Я картинку кинул, блин, но она правда похожа. Спасибо, но я после стрима гляну.
Lucky for you, the one who did it is the one who's gone. Wonderful. Moving on, I have no idea what you're talking about. There is no mirror. There's only the stained glass windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement.
Кстати, а где дверь в подвал? Она за зеркалом получается?
There it is, right in the middle of the room. It feels like it's watching us. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there?
Какая разница, есть клинок или нет? В прошлый раз он нам не пригодился, в первый раз она с его помощью вообще нас прикончила.
I see your point, but it's still an option that's been taken away from us. I don't like losing options.
Окей.
Yes, and it's an important one. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right. And the fact that you're here, right now, again, means that you have not yet done this right. But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do? I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important.
Могу ли я развернуться и уйти?
As you foolishly turn to leave the cabin and abandon the world to its ruination, you're... Oh, isn't that convenient? As you turn around, you're faced with a solid wall. There isn't a way out. It would appear that you're stuck here until you find a resolution to our princess problem.
Ну, учитывая, что я появился сразу в этом дворце, то вполне, может быть, здесь и не было входа.
Yes, it's very convenient, isn't it? I assure you, I'm just as surprised as you are. Can't you hear the relief in my voice? I wouldn't be relieved if I was the one who set this up. I would have known you were stuck here from the beginning. Look, it doesn't matter who put that wall there, because it's there. The only thing for you to do now is find the princess and, ideally, find your weapon while you're at it. With nowhere to go but forward, you turn back around, leaving the non-existent exit behind you.
Ладно, подойти к зеркалу.
You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. Is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. I'm sure you'll find the handle. Well, shall we have a look at ourselves?
Ну, податься вперед, других вариантов нету.
Reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle. It's gone. I don't like things disappearing on us. I don't like how fluid reality seems to be. Neither do I. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
Ладно.
Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice, exitless house doesn't mean that she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Am I the only one who remembers how much she changed last time? Does she even have a nature? That is precisely why she poses a threat. I don't know, she got weird for a second, yeah, but she didn't change that. We have to move on. This is a wildly dangerous line of reasoning.
Сейчас я вообще ничего не нажимал. Он просто перебил меня. Ну, в смысле, героя.
No, you can't just say that and not... Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
Видимо, так и надо.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice.
Я бы тоже с удовольствием поужинал. Стоп, я уже поужинал. Ладно, продолжаем.
That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay? And don't eat the food.
Ага. Ну, подняться по лестнице.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room, the princess seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck.
Оригинально.
So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy. Isn't that suspiciously easy? There has to be a twist. There has to be something waiting for us. You saw what happened to her last time. She's not what she seems.
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
И интересно. Все интереснее и интереснее.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
Когда я был на лестнице, ты звала ужинать.
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
Flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Remember what I said. Oh, but it looks so amazing, and after everything we've been through, we could really use a break. Are you sure we need to be so concerned? I'm not sure about anything, and that's the problem. For what it's worth, I generally don't think one should trust strange food that magically appears on a table. But nothing here is exactly what I expected it to be, so make of that what you will.
Все-таки, что это за тень? Ну, раз у меня такой выбор, то, естественно, я поем.
You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels.
Нифига, все сожрали.
This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had. But then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table, clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again, you tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick-crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. And then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again.
Ну, я попал в петлю в петле. Так что ли?
The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. So we had a mediocre meal. It's not a big deal. That's the trap. It wasn't mediocre at first. It's trending down. We're just getting a little sick of it. So what? We just have to try something new. I'm sure we won't be stuck eating the same meal forever. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast, and again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet. Its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing.
А как же жили долго и счастливо и все такое?
I'm so tired of eating. At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time, right?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
Hmm?
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
A light went out. Maybe a coincidence, but maybe not. As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
Что случилось? Это из-за тебя погас факел? Я считаю, ты не сделала ничего дурного. Ты всего лишь сказала, что думала. Это всего лишь факел, не переживай, здесь все еще светло. Что это за место? Так, мы поели. И что теперь? Прошу прощения, встать, молча отодвинь стол, покончить с принцессой. Я считаю, ты не сделала ничего дурного, ты всего лишь сказала то, что думала.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
Чтобы он на меня злился? Ты сказала он. Кто этот он?
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear. I think he made this place for us.
Сам герой, судя по его рукам, это глубины из произведений Лавкрафта. А с героем непонятно, кто он, потому что его, по сути, ни разу, по-моему, не показывали полностью. Только руки, может быть, ноги, я не помню. Но полностью, по-моему, его не показывали. Но да, с ним явно что-то не совсем то.
It all makes sense now. It's him, isn't it? He's making all this happen. He's the one who trapped us here. Who? The lovesick one, the one from last time. He's not gone. He's just with her now. He's the shadow.
Угу. Ачивка за то, чтобы вычислить, кто такая тень. И тень это типа, получается, та, герой-любовник. Эй, влюбленный, в тот раз ты был таким разговорчивым, а сейчас что, язык проглотил?
Smitten?
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response. No, I saw him smile. That's him.
Интересно.
Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me, but he wants me to ask. Isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do? He says he's tired, and I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say.
Что это за место?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
Так. Ну ладно, мы поели, и что теперь?
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game.
Окей. Да, давай сыграем в Dungeons and Dragons. Или Монополию, или, я не знаю, картишки перекинемся.
Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Yet another waste of time. Why all the distractions? What are we being being distracted from. That's the real game. I feel like I'm 2 steps behind. You're overthinking it, mate. I feel like this is just something to do. We might as well try to have some fun.
Давай.
You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over.
Герои 3, блин. Вот во что надо играть. Ну, Герои 3 это не настолка. Хотя, вроде бы, сделали настолку героев по героях. Вроде что-то такое проскакивало где-то в новостях. Но это не точно.
Time passes. You play the game. You win. Hey! Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Короче, я попал еще в одну петлю.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
Да-да, есть такая. Интересно, как она играется. И насколько это сложно.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
It's never going to stay fun. You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Который? Вроде все горят. Короче, видимо, нужно потушить все факелы.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew.
Да вроде бы факелов больше не погасло. Либо они где-то за кадром еще присутствуют. Короче, непонятно.
And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played.
Едва не погас.
Roars back to life.
Ну ладно.
But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board.
Окей.
More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish, till finally...
По правилам Heroes of Might and Magic, но ее нет на русском. Вроде проскакивала новость, что ее должны были перевести. Но это опять же не точно. Не, ну и понятно, что по правилам Героя Меча и Магии, но... Я плохо представляю ее в настольном виде. Хотя, конечно, наверное, можно реализовать, раз сделали.
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
Почему-то не озвучено. Едва принцесса успевает сказать это, как гаснет еще один факел. И снова оставшиеся факелы начинают гореть еще ярче, а танец теней становится еще быстрее.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is awful. I think we all know that we're not happy. We just have to admit it to ourselves.
Это всего лишь факел, не переживай, здесь все еще светло.
Yeah. We just have to keep the rest lit, and everything will be okay.
Не будет факелов, не будет тени.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Но там все переобулись и сказали, что на русском не будет. Что мешает ее перевести неофициально?
We should do something fun. Wouldn't that be nice? How about...
The princess's face drops as she pauses mid-sentence.
Would you look at that? I'm out of ideas.
Как насчет уничтожить мир?
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
Не беспокойся о том, что произойдет, лучше представь, что ты можешь сделать все, что душе угодно. Что бы это было, что бы ты выбрала. Все, что показывает нам тени, это ложь. Мы должны поверить, что произойдет, когда показывают все факелы. Нам не обязательно его тушить, ничего не говорить. Я хочу этот вариант выбрать. Это пошаговая стратегия, кидай кубики, все норм будет. Кубик. Это же не Dungeons and Dragons. В героях вроде нет кубика. Ну ладно. Такой вариант.
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
Интересная мысль.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
Ну,
The
факел
princess
погас.
stops, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
Я разбит, значит все кончено. Почему ты плачешь? Ты в порядке? Вот отстой. Можешь открыть глаза, я все еще здесь. Ничего не изменилось, теперь мы просто сидим в темноте. Прости, мне кажется, это все из-за меня. Покончить с принцессой и ничего не говорить. Почему ты плачешь?
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
I don't know. It feels like an important part of me is gone, but I'm still here. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how I'm supposed to pick up the pieces.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
Конечно, не думаю, что они куда-нибудь когда-то исчезнут. Все, что между нами было иллюзия, реально лишь то, что есть сейчас. Не думаю, что они вообще были, но, наверное, могут появиться теперь. У меня даже не было возможности определиться с тем, что я к тебе чувствую, как только я оказался в лесу. Единственное, о чем я думал, это как бы уйти. Нет, покончить с принцессой, ничего не говорить. Пойдем по первому варианту. Конечно, не думаю, что они когда-то исчезнут.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad.
Картинку кинул, потом глянул. Вот ее за сиську. Боюсь, эта игра не настолько 18+. Хотя, учитывая, какая она местами кровавая, я бы не сказал, что она 18-.
But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
Ну, протянуть ей руку.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt. You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
Не, ну это же не русы не против ящерок.
It does, if he's telling the truth. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
Нифига себе, даже рассказчик охренел.
Really was just all meaningless blather then, wasn't it? Think what you will. I'm done fighting. You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do.
Носки зажим яйцами. Это про другое.
He's really gone,
Oh.
isn't he?
Сейчас все исчезнет.
Yeah. There's an itching in the back of my head that feels like it's finally been scratched. No more shadowy figures yanking at our strings. No more strings. I guess
The stars are so beautiful.
Какое-то время вы стоите рядом в тишине. Вам спокойно. Я сначала подумал, что он ее как раз за сиськи ухватил.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
Она бережно притягивает тебя к себе, и вы начинаете кружиться в плавном танце. Вам не нужна музыка. Вы двигаетесь под ритм биения ваших сердец, которые стучат в унисон. Чем быстрее вы танцуете, тем сильнее озаряется ее бледное, уставшее лицо, и тем шире становится улыбка. Печаль на лице сменяется радостью от переполняющих чувств. Вы вытягиваете руки до предела и кружитесь. Вас удерживает лишь нежное касание ладоней. Ваши взгляды встречаются, и вам кажется, что этот момент длится целую вечность.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
Ну, зеркало. Ачивка, я и правда этого хотела. Но ты не успеваешь ей ответить, теперь ты никогда ей не ответишь. Пора уходить, память возвращается.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror?
Все, хватай
Why is it
ее.
here? Why now?
Увы. К сожалению, этого игра не предусматривает. Тем самым зажимом хватать. Я не буду ничего ему говорить, просто подойду к зеркалу. Ты подходишь к зеркалу.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
Ну да.
It's calling us. And not in a good way.
Чем ближе ты подходишь к зеркалу, тем тише и дальше окажутся голоса. Посмотреть на свое отражение. Ты протягиваешь руку в тишине. Они вновь исчезли. Зеркало всегда прогоняет их, но ты должен в него заглянуть. Ты разлагаешься. Ну да, собственно, это то, что я всегда вижу в зеркале. Вроде бы. Ты снова оказался в долгом покое. Направиться в избушку. Ты в избушке. Точно в избушке? Приблизиться к ней.
When I found you in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither? But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete. Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Есть ли здесь новые опции? Ты та же, кем была раньше? Ты сильно изменилась? Каково это вот так меняться? Чем ты хочешь заняться, когда все это кончится? Ты же понимаешь, что в итоге, когда ты будешь завершена, я убью тебя? Когда я возвращаюсь, вокруг меня снова словно смыкается невидимая стена. Почему я не могу делать то же, что и раньше? Никто и никогда не был ко мне добр, как ты. Спасибо. Никто и никогда не был ко мне так добр, как ты. Почему? Что принести тебе в следующий раз? Что ты думаешь об этом сосуде? Я не хочу принять тебе боль, но боюсь, что с каждым моим возвращением все будет только хуже. Что ты обо мне думаешь? Я причинял боль тем сосудам, что принес тебя. А сколько еще сосудов я должен тебе принести? Что если я больше не хочу приносить никакие сосуды? Что если просто останусь здесь и буду ждать вечно? Я готов вернуться? Нет. Ладно. Начнем с этого. По-моему, такого раньше не было. Ты та же, кем была раньше, ты сильно изменилась. Это Зул... Я не понимаю, о чем речь.
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Ты говоришь загадками, ты можешь дать мне простой и четкий ответ?
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
Угу. Не хочешь получить глупых ответов, не задавай глупые вопросы или типа того.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Каково это, вот так меняться?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Чем ты хочешь заняться, когда все это кончится?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Когда я возвращаюсь, вокруг меня словно смыкается невидимая стена. Почему я не могу делать то же, что и раньше? Такого вот точно не было. Так что, видимо, все-таки Pristine Cut.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Никто и никогда не был ко мне так добр, как ты. Почему?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Что ты думаешь об этом сосуде?
This one is a songbird in a cage of gilded shadows. She will make for an honest heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally learned to sing for herself.
Я не хочу причинять тебе боль, но боюсь, что с каждым моим возвращением все будет только хуже.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Who will you call? Ghostbusters. Ну да. Не, ну охотников за привидениями надо было в предыдущей итерации звать, когда она была призраком. Что принести тебе в следующий раз?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Значит, тебе все равно, в какую сторону метаться или расти? Ну, эти варианты были, но ехали.
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Сколько еще сосудов я должен тебе принести?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Если я больше не хочу приносить никакие сосуды, что если просто хочу останусь здесь и буду ждать вечно? Я готов вернуться.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
В глазах темнеет, и ты умираешь. Глава 1. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Также у меня тут была ачивка новая. Честное сердце.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Я думаю, я попробую просто пойти назад и посмотреть, что из этого получится на этот раз. Может быть, здесь появятся какие-то новые варианты? Здесь вроде бы ничего нового. Развернуться и уйти.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Ня.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Развернуться снова и уйти
You're
снова.
really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Блин, не могу найти картинку, где ее руки из кресла опутывают. Я не помню, но вроде что-то такое было. Мне все равно, я не стану убивать принцессу. И пусть по делам нечего бросать меня в лесной чаще и приказывать убить кого-то ради их блага. Такой эмоциональный шантаж на меня не подействует. Молча пойти по стропе. Пускай будет так.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Ну ладно. Упрямиться нет смысла, да? Мне придется зайти в эту избушку, ладно. Изменится ли внутри что-то, если я сейчас туда войду? Так, значит, тогда я пойду в другую сторону снова. Я буду блуждать по лесу, пока не найду выход. И знай, я все-таки пойду назад.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Мне было бы интересно, что будет, если сейчас войти в хижину. Но, увы.
Wait, what's going on? You're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Да, здесь ничего не происходит. Просто следующая глава. Глава 2, незнакомка.
You're on a path in the woods, and you're here to slay her.
Так. Дежавю, все это уже было. Раз уж избушка преследует меня, куда бы я ни пошел, тогда я из леса не ногой. Останусь здесь навсегда. Навсегда остаться в лесу. Вроде такое было, но я точно не помню.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Ага. А теперь меня не выпускает. Почему? Этой стены раньше не было. Если ты думаешь, что таким образом сможешь заманить меня в избушку, то ошибаешься.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Солгать. Ага, ладно, я иду в избушку, чтобы покончить с
You
принцессой.
know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further.
Ладно,
She
это
will
мы
lie.
слышали.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Направиться в избушку.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Не пробовал эту Зимон. Я в нее немного играл. Это просто охрененно. Но не прошел, поскольку это было довольно давно. Вот на этом стриме что-то вспомнил. Классная игрушка, что-то типа JRPG. Я в целом не особо играл в JRPG. Точнее, я когда-то во что-то играл, но можно сказать, что не играл.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action save the entire world.
Дадут ли мне сейчас выбросить клинок в окно?
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Так, ну с зеркалом все будет как обычно. Взять клинок, спуститься в подвал. Если я возьму клинок, то мне не дадут его выбросить, правильно? Я думаю, да, так что спустимся в подвал.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick nausea. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Очень драматичная игра. Ну, наверное, не JRPG, больше, наверное, квест, но сюжетец там прикольный. Это про To The Moon. Я так понимаю. Что-то очень знакомое, я явно про нее слышал.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Явно про нее слышал, но не помню.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Спуститься по крутой лестнице, спуститься по лестнице в центре, спуститься по пологой справа. По крутой слева.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs, until there's nothing left in them to feel.
Может быть, мне в предыдущий раз стоило не возвращаться в хижину, а попытаться уйти? Ладно, короче, пока что идем вперед.
The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. $10 еще. Потому что нельзя называть. Ладно. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor.
Видимо, по левой лестнице я еще не спускался. Потому что такого я не помню. Или это DLC-шное.
You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
Что?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish. until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Вот такое вроде было. Ну ладно.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
Я не помню Игра. Я ничего не нажимал. Черт, что это было. Так. Я не помню, пробовал ли я ее убить в такой ситуации.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Прости, я не сразу осознал, где нахожусь. Ладно.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it would be easy for her to trust anyone.
Блин, прикинь, меня сейчас мышь на стол заехала, залезла и пыталась бутер с колбасой отгрызть, пока я в телек тупил. Что? Я надеюсь, домашняя мышь? Если нет, то советую завести кошь.
Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
Ну, началось.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Это как нифиг делать. Тебя стало больше.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin? There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kinda hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Идем отсюда вместе. Попытаться ее освободить. Я не знаю, что это такое, я не могу тебе доверять. Здесь вообще ничему нельзя доверять. Бросить ее в подвале, забрать клинок. Ну, наверное, такой вариант тройной. Или... Как тебя зовут?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Princess.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
На этот раз она не раздробилась. Почему? Ладно, спуск по лестнице вызвал у меня необычное ощущение, будто меня разобрали на атомы и снова собрали воедино. Ты не знаешь, что это было?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
Ну, здесь все еще 3 варианта. Говорят, что тебя заточили здесь не просто так. Ты знаешь за что?
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous.
But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Я обожаю эту озвучку.
Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Окей.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Уже даже бунтарь охренел. Ну ладно, у меня остался единственный вариант. Уйдем отсюда вместе, попытаться ее освободить. Я не знаю, что это такое. И не могу тебе доверять. Здесь вообще ничему нельзя доверять. Бросить ее в подвале. Забрать клинок.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
Ладно.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Окей.
falls apart. I think he's gone.
А, ну да. Ладно.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Блин, ну такое у меня было. Все будет хорошо. На самом деле без разницы, наверное. Ты так и не узнаешь, услышала ли она твой ответ, она исчезла, память возвращается.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Как насчет Divinity 2? Там на более крутом уровне, но в принципе похоже, особенно рассказчик. Divinity 2. Это же не о том вообще. Или я неправильно понимаю, о которой игре речь? Которая Divine Divinity? Или Divinity Original Sin?
And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Так, подойти к зеркалу. Ты подходишь к зеркалу.
This doesn't feel right.
Так, это все было.
Look at it.
Посмотреть на свое отражение. Ты усыхаешь. Да, тут ничего нового. Но какая связь между Divinity и рассказчиком? Какой рассказчик? Я не помню, что там что-то такое было. Я, конечно, ни одну не прошел. Я начинал играть в самую первую, которая Divine Divinity просто. И она слегка похожа на Diablo, наверное, насколько я помню. Original Sin я начинал проходить. И она скорее похожа на какой-то... Как она называется? Baldur's Gate, скорее, или... Даже не Baldur's Gate, а... Блин, как эта игра называется? Зараза, вылетела из головы. Которая в той же вселенной, что и Baldur's Gate и Neverwinter. Но... Блин, забыл. Направиться в избушку. Я тоже. Я в избушке. Приблизиться к ней.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
Ну да, они похожи. Ну, проблема в том, что у меня не очень хорошо получается играть в такие игры. И может дело даже не в этом, наверное, я бы смог. А проблема в том, что они затягивают на очень долгое время. Там сам игровой геймплей такой, что оно просто очень много времени тянет. И меня это немножечко пугает. В принципе, я бы хотел Baldur's Gate 3 попробовать. но боюсь за него браться по той же причине, что это затянет меня на очень продолжительное время. Тирани? Не Тирани. Icewind Dale, во.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Так это все было. Что думаешь об этом сосуде?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold.
400 часов минимум. Ну вот в этом и проблема. У меня около 200 часов, если не больше, ушло на третьего Ведьмака. Наверное, где-то столько же ушло на Elden Ring. Плюс я еще не прошел DLC. Еще не брался за него. И 400 плюс часов на Baldur's Gate. Это как-то страшно.
They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Неважно, сколько раз я возвращаюсь, один из нас обязательно причиняет боль другому. Или же мы причиняем боль друг другу. Разве это не меняет тебя, не делает хуже?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Я Зельду уже больше года прохожу. Ну, вот поэтому я и боюсь игр с открытым миром. Baldur's Gate это, конечно, не открытый мир, но там она по-другому затягивается. И поэтому же я немножко боюсь играть в героев. Потому что мне герои в целом нравятся. Когда-то я их проходил. Точнее, я проходил 3, 4 и 5. Хотя не все DLC. Не все DLC в каждых героях я проходил. Но сейчас, тем более на видео, это как-то немножко безумие. Так. Уф. Наоборот, это заставляет меня любить тебя еще больше. Не знаю, что это обо мне говорит.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
Можно просто по сюжетке двигаться, я про Divinity. А герои классные, согласен. Я не люблю двигаться чисто по сюжетке. Типа, я могу двигаться чисто по сюжетке, но если игра мне нравится, то я предпочитаю проходить ее от и до. Ну, кроме, может быть, каких-то моментов, которые мне реально не нравятся. Но в целом, если игра мне нравится, то даже такие моменты я стараюсь проходить. А если я иду только по сюжетке, то, скорее всего, я это делаю, потому что игра мне не нравится. И смысл тогда в нее играть. Я больше не хочу возвращаться. Нет, я не хочу это выбирать. Ты знаешь, что происходит с мирами, которые мы покидаем?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Сколько сосудов я должен тебе принести?
We will know when we near our destination.
готов вернуться.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
В глазах темнеет, и ты умираешь. В Диминити за Фейна играл чумовой перс.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Я тоже каждый угол обшаривал и с каждым персом разговаривал, даже если это простая крыса в подвале. Ну вот, да. И тогда получается, что в эту игру можно играть вечно.
You're here to slay.
Так. Я не могу уйти. Теперь я просто не могу уйти. Ладно, направимся к избушке.
You make your way up the short path. A warning. She will love.
Так, это мы все слышали. Направиться в избушку. Что я могу сделать?
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade.
Почему я это слушаю? Я это уже слышал. Опция взять клинок, а не опция спуститься в подвал. Разве до сих пор взять клинок это была опция? Ладно, взять клинок. Спуститься в подвал. Это мы слышали. Мы тоже слышали. Спускаться дальше.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus
Это
on
мы
the
все
task.
слышали это уже сегодня.
There you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Взять волю в кулак и сделать шаг вперед.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Артефакты убрать. Сейчас не понял, о чем речь.
Oh, no talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
Так, это мы тоже
I'm
слышали.
probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? So, you should just...
Ну, покончить с принцессой и будем смотреть, что будет.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. Do you actually believe this?
It's like she's convinced she can't. Yes. Even as she lay, but it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago. But is it over? Really over?
Ага, ну, конечно, мертва. Не знаю, такое чувство, что от нее не так просто избавиться. Конечно, нет, это было бы слишком просто. Поехали так.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
Ну, понятно.
I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Достать клинок.
You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt. But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side. What was that?
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Quick, let's get out of here.
Что я должен сделать? То есть картинку по-прежнему артефактит? Я не знаю. Сейчас мне показывает, что передача отличная.
It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs. As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? For whatever that's worth.
И хотя бы удалось покончить с ней.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 2. Лезвие.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that, you're here to.
Так я уже убил принцессу. Конечно, она меня тоже убила, но выжить после такого точно не могла. Почему я снова здесь? Развернуться и уйти? А, понятно. Ладно, почему я снова здесь?
People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Направиться в избушку.
A warning. She will lie.
You couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Поехали.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ну, взять клинок.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Спуститься в подвал.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall.
Есть немного при смене кадров и искажениях экрана. Также при смене кадров, при появлении диалогового окна при быстром скроллинге реплик. А не было такого, когда в Armored Core играли, стримили?
The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
That's right, scraping. I told you she has something, I told you.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
Нет, такого не было.
As you descend the final step,
Интересно.
the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Так. Если я подойду ближе, ты меня зарежешь, да? Ты помнишь, что случилось в прошлый раз? Я знаю, что у тебя есть нож, освобожу тебя, если ты его бросишь. Хотелось бы верить, но твои слова звучат очень подозрительно. Как насчет просто поговорить? У меня нет ключа. В прошлый раз мы убили друг друга, мне бы не хотелось этого повторять. Слушай, я знаю, что... Секунду. Я не знаю, я когда смотрю вот, как я мотаю на превьюхе, вот не на превьюхе, то есть, а на видео, вроде бы нормально, может быть. Короче, непонятно. Со стримами вообще все плохо, как-то у меня, наверное. Я знаю, что ты на меня сердишься, но как насчет забыть о прошлом и начать с чистого листа? Что произошло после того, как ты умерла в прошлый раз? Может, поговорим на чистоту? В прошлый раз меня сюда послали, чтобы не дать тебе уничтожить мир. Ты убила меня после того, как я проткнул тебе сердце. Никому не нужно умирать. Так, что ты сделаешь, если я тебя выпущу? Я подойду ближе и освобожу тебя. Не пытайся меня обхитрить. Подойти к принцессе. Так, я поверил. Бывай, развернулся и уйти к черту, покончить с принцессой. Ну, поехали покончим с принцессой.
The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room.
Тебе кажется. Может быть.
Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second.
Надо было, наверное, подойти к ней.
But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first. Then yours.
Hee.
How? What did she even hit us with? You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with. And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb.
Страшно. И я даже боюсь представить, куда она ткнула им.
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
You're going to die now.
Да.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
И гонка вооружений. Блин, это было.
You're on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
Fuck's it.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy. Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Почему здесь нету никого, кроме обиженного? Ну, в смысле, никого нового.
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
Все-таки появился еще один.
Good. It's better
И
that
еще
way.
один.
Without a fight, no one can win, and if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning. Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right, that's too much responsibility. Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Ладно.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
Насчет третьего позвать в AC6. Я не думаю, что кто-то согласится.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now. That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? There isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on.
Зайти к зеркалу.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Тут, скорее всего, зависит от времени. Да никто как бы не проявлял желания.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Потереть зеркало.
Reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
О, да.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again.
Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once.
Кто тебе это сказал? В том-то и дело, что никто мне этого не сказал. То есть просто никто не проявляет желания.
Nothing bad has come of it yet.
Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now.
Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Ну, приветики.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
Так, мы не станем распускать нюни и снова с ней сразимся. Она не может причинить нам боль, если мы запретим себе ее чувствовать. Мы воззовем к ее авторитету, присядем ей на уши, нет причин, по которым мы не смогли бы договориться. Мы безоговорочно капитулируем. О, это просто, я попробую с ней пофлиртовать. У нее вместо рук мечи, а у нас нет. Надо впасть в панику. Она побеждает, потому что убивает нас так. А давайте ее в этом опередим. Какие тупые идеи, передумайте что-нибудь получше. Кто тебе сказал? Я сейчас спрошу. Такс. Ну, я, по-моему, пробовал с ней флиртовать, и получилось так себе. Давайте ее в этом опередим. Я думаю, так. Поехали опережать.
No, that's a terrible idea.
И сейчас мы напоримся на клинок.
A win's a win. Screw it, we've already died twice. What's a third? A third is a third. It's bad. Who cares? Fine. You raise your blade above your head.
Oh, this is new. What are you going to do? Are you really going to stab yourself? Neat.
And then you skewer yourself.
А, в этом смысле опередить. Ну ладно.
Ow.
Это не совсем то, чего я ожидал, но ладно.
Are we still here? Can we not actually off ourselves? Boo!
Самовыпилом.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? Nah, we'd know if we died. Right?
Такого вроде у меня еще не было.
You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you? I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference? Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead.
Если что, я имел в виду из подписчиков. Никто не вызывает. Никто об этом... Никто этим не интересуется. Как бы... с левым человеком мне не очень хотелось бы играть.
This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? This is 4.
Точно 4-й? Я что-то не уверен. Вроде еще 3-й. Но это опять же не точно.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting.
Может, у них нет AC6? Наверное.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. As long as we keep moving. Who cares about getting better than her? Let's do something weird. Like, really, really weird.
Come on, show me something new.
Мы не станем... Так, снова с ней сразимся. Авторитет. Флиртовать. Пасть в панику. Ну, поехали, сразимся. Этот план не срабатывает, и нас убивает. И снова, и снова. Ваш память затуманивается, пока сознание прыгает от жизни к жизни, удерживает лишь смутно поступающие обрывки конфликта.
She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. What's the point? It's all the same. She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
Do you see that? We almost had her. That was luck. But we only have to get lucky once. Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
You're cute.
Ты такая милая. Что? Перевод за что?
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah. That was a good one. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Голос подхалима? Такого вроде бы еще не было. Но это не точно.
Skewers you. We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? You're right. One last time, that's all we need. None of this is working. Think. She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 4. Гарантированное взаимное уничтожение. А я не уверен, что такое было.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here. Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
О, вроде бы у меня еще не было.
Oh, what if? Throw it out the window. Over my dead body. That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore. Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman? I'm sure I can think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know.
Удочку закинул. Не, ну я говорю, с какими-то рандомами мне не очень хочется играть.
Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Валяй.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just gonna show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too.
Не, ну такое я вроде бы что-то помню.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Окей. Ну да, такое я что-то помню.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Are you ready for what comes next? Ага, да. Теперь тебе придется несладко. Готов?
Holy shit!
Перевод. Почему не срань, господиня? Ладно.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window?
Он мне нравится.
That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it? This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing. We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
Ладно, выбор невелик. Избавиться от голосов.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Там типы страшные. От него тоже.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Ты не двигаешься, и эта неподвижность поражает движение. Твое тело начинает жить своей жизнью. Ты приближаешься к принцессе и видишь, что она наносит удар. Каким-то непостижимым образом ты уворачиваешься.
You're incredible.
Ваше оружие сталкивается вновь и вновь. Вы с принцессой двигаетесь, повинуясь загадочному ритму, свободному от мыслей, свободному от эго. Остался лишь танец. Один уступает другому, затем возвращает первенство, и так без конца. Чем глубже вы погружаетесь в это состояние, тем быстрее бьются ваши сердца, и тем бешенее становится танец. Темп бесконечно нарастает, но вот появляется возможность. Уже не повинуясь твоей воле, клинок бьет в цель. Ее лезвия не отстают. Кто у вас смертельно раненый, никто не выживет. Но грядущее вас не пугает. Это хороший конец. О, блин. Никто из вас не видит, как умирает другой. И никогда не увидит. Тебе пора уходить. Память возвращается. Ну, идем к зеркалу. Посмотрим на отражение. Ты усыхаешь. Распадаешься на кости. Ну ладно. Картинка от этого не меняется. Отправиться в избушку. Приблизиться.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Думаешь, там есть люди?
doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Что думаешь об этом сосуде?
This one is a single-minded edge. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart.
Пронзительное сердце. Piercing heart. По-моему, это не совсем отражает перевод значения. Ну ладно. Сую ей под ребро. Так уже.
Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Когда ты отправляешь меня назад, я не один. Со мной говорят голоса. Некоторые из них это я сам, но один нечто иное. Я зову его рассказчик, и он хочет, чтобы я тебя убил. У тебя есть рассказчик? А у сосуда он был?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Да, но ты ей об этом не скажешь.
It's nice to be with someone whose thoughts I can never know as mine.
Ну, я готов вернуться.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
В глазах темнеет, и ты умираешь. Глава 1. Герой и принцесса. Это мы пропускаем. И... Ладно, молча пойти к избушке. Это мы тоже пропускаем. Взять клинок. Спуститься в подвал. Спускаться дальше. Взять волю в кулак и сделать шаг вперед. Что будет?
Oh, no talking then? Fine. I'm probably so.
She's unarmed.
Блин. И дальше я не могу. Кто ты, невидимый друг 3? Напиши нам. Короче, я понял, но не буду это зачитывать. Я не брошу клинок.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Покончить с принцессой.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Сбежать и запереть ее в подвале?
Are you serious? It's a good idea. We've taken some bad hits, but we've dealt some too. She has to be feeling it more than we are. Let's regroup upstairs. If we're lucky, maybe she'll just bleed out. Fine. You make a mad dash to the basement stairs, the princess's chains rattling as she tries to chase you, but pulling taut much too soon for her to catch up.
Да, скопипастил просьбу. Не, ну я понял.
Do you really think you can just walk out of here?
She steps towards you, ignoring her chains. They creak and strain as she pulls against them until finally they break. The links clatter to the floor, useless. She's free. Hurry! You push your broken body as she closes in and just barely manage to pass the threshold of the basement doorway before she catches up to you. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Интересно, такого я не помню. Но, возможно, я просто не выбирал нужные варианты.
Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
Хватит уже молотить в дверь.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Можешь кричать сколько угодно, твои угрозы лишь притупляют мое чувство вины. Ты не принцесса, а только притворяешься, и можешь дальше тратить силы на угрозы, я буду ждать здесь. Уснуть, не обращая на нее внимания. Уснуть, не обращая на нее внимания.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Вау, чё с тобой?
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Отрываю ножку от стола и начинаю долбить ей в ответ. Да, это был бы хороший вариант. Также теперь это девочка из звонка. Или типа того.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here. We could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
О, точно девочка из звонка.
I'd say better luck
Садако.
next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Кошмар. Окей.
You're on a path, you're here.
Развернуться и уйти. Не пустят. Ладно. Направиться в избушку.
She will lie. I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Направиться в избушку.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
А потом хватаешь ее за сиську. Не, ну это все-таки YouTube, а не Pornhub.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Ладно. Ну, взять клинок.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Это она здесь, ее тень. Стоп. И здесь. Похоже на то. Ну, кошмар. Ну, если будет вариант прыгнуть в окно, то я так и сделаю.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
О, привет. Кого я вижу?
Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Ну, спуститься в подвал.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Come back? She must have you confused with someone else. You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
Так. Насколько сложно метнуть в нее нож? Я с ней поговорил, нам не нужен план, я просто убью ее, раскачиваться, считая, что у меня получится, не понимаю, почему вы все настроены так пессимистично. Шагнуть в пустоту между ступенями. Опция.
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Шагнуть в пустоту между ступенями.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
Что? Мне было любопытно. Не знаю, упасть в бесконечную пустоту показалось мне привлекательнее, чем спуститься в подвал и умереть. Мне просто страшно. Мне было любопытно.
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
Ну как стрим идет? Да, нормально идет.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Пойти обратно?
You turn back to the stairs, only to find that they aren't there. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
Ну и вообще стрим уже заканчивается, по сути.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Да блин, серьезно, опять?
Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart. What are you doing?
Ау, блин.
I'm working. Do you want this body to
Случайно
function,
проскипал.
or do you want? And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart.
Ладно.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Так. Почему ты меня не прикончишь? Зачем я нужен тебе живым? Чего ты от меня хочешь? Что произошло после того, как ты меня последний раз убила? Меня послали сюда, чтобы не дать тебе уничтожить мир, и не могу позволить тебе просто взять и уйти. Ты сумасшедшая, ты ведь это понимаешь? Если ты хочешь сотрудничать, то, может, хотя бы оставишь эту риторику с выворачиванием кишок? А может, я тебя просто убью? Нам не обязательно быть врагами, мы можем сотрудничать, даже можем стать друзьями. Я не стану этого делать, я не помогу тебе выбраться и не собираюсь пытаться тебя убить, так что давай делай, что хочешь, бросить клинок и остаться один на один со своим кошмаром. Ладно, уходим отсюда. Уйти вместе. Стоп, покончить с принцессой. Уходим отсюда.
What? No!
I knew you'd come around. Oh, this is going to be so wonderful.
Go 2 боя на одинаковых AC. Не, это не запланировано и времени нету.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving, and, do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart. With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
I wouldn't trust having our back to her. You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the feedback. Just focus on keeping us alive.
Отдельно от стрима. Ну, отдельно от стрима я буду уже идти спать.
Right. Heart, lungs. Besides, I get the feeling she's telling the truth. She needs us alive. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Давай ты первая.
What? Are you scared of turning your back to me? You don't have to be worried that I'm going to do something bad. You're too important to me now. And besides, what if I lost track of you and dropped the stairs on accident? I wouldn't want that to happen. And I don't think you'd want that to happen either. So go on. Go ahead.
She urges you forward, like one might a reluctant pet.
Но, что бы ни произошло, поехали.
You place a shaky foot on the first step and begin your ascent from the basement. You can feel the static prickling of the princess on your neck, your limbs buzzing with pins and needles, an uncomfortable and constant reminder that you exist, and that your existence is so very precarious.
You're almost there.
The
Почти.
only thing left between you and the cabin is the now shut door to the basement. It would be a real shame if it had locked behind you. Oh, you snake. There wasn't even a door when we first got here. The door was from last time. I told you we shouldn't trust him. I know he's messing with us, but you can't lose your cool. We need you right now. Remember? Yes, I remember. Of course I remember. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. This is so frustrating. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Thank you. And you? You'd really rather us die down here than let her out? Of course I would. As much as I want you to have a happy ending, the fate of the world is a little more important, and you still have a weapon. You can still make this right.
Попытаться открыть дверь.
Oh, look at that. It's locked. What a relief for the world.
Кажется, дверь
It'll
заперта.
open. You just have to give it a tug.
Ну, допустим.
You pull against the door. The lock gently clicks open in response to your effort, and the door creaks on its hinges. This isn't right. That's not even the way it's supposed to swing. It's supposed to swing out. You're not nearly as powerful as you'd have us think, are you? Heart, lungs. Anyways, like he said, you're not really in control here, are you? Liver, nerves, heart, lungs. I never said I was. If I was in control here, why would I need you to slay her? I don't know. Secret reasons?
The door is open. What are you dawdling for? It's time for us to go. The world is waiting.
Ну, поехали.
Shit. The princess moves past you and into the cabin. This is it. This is your final moment to make things right. Kill her. I thought you wanted us to slay her. Nerves. It's the same thing. Do it. Do it now. Do it now, or everything is over. Okay, what do we do? I said, what do we do? Nerves. Oh, do you want to hear from me now? Yes. Well, I thought you needed me to run the autonomic nervous system. We do, but this is important. Look, I'll even do it myself. Just tell us who to trust.
Включение на 20 минут, зашли и вышли. Ну, 20 минут это не так уж мало. Я.
Brain? Heart. Right, heart. Lungs. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Okay, thanks. I got it. Heart. Lungs. You're terrible at this. I know. I'm doing my best. Yes, it's very hard to stay focused on running things when other people are talking to you, isn't it?
What are you doing?
Heart. Lungs. Finally, I can talk. Now, what were you asking me? Running everything kind of feels like popping in and out of consciousness. It's easy to lose track of things. Nerves. Heart. They were asking you for your blessing to trust me. Nerves. Oh, that's right. Yeah, fuck this guy. Don't trust him.
Yeah, okay.
Really? So you'd have them trust her? Oh, of course not. Can't trust anybody here but ourselves, but I guess that leaves us back where we started, doesn't it? I suppose if I had to make a choice, I'd pick the one that doesn't make our organs shut down. Thank you for your gracious show of support. But that's a marginal preference. We'll have to deal with him later. I'd just rather deal with him while our organs are intact. Whatever. You heard what he had to say, so whether you trust me or not, killing her is still the best, nay, the only option you have worth taking. Alright, I'm done. You can let me take over again. Finally, that was awful. I really don't know how you do it.
You've been standing there staring blankly for a while now, and I have to say my patience is running a little thin. So don't make a lady wait any longer, okay? Open the door.
Покончить с принцессой, выйти из избушки. Поехали, выйдем.
The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin.
И ачивка мир ужаса.
Bastard nerves. You've actually done it. You've actually do liver. Everyone. Nerves.
Окей.
It's so beautiful.
Nerves.
I can't wait to ruin it.
Lungs. Liver.
But it's so cold, too. It's itching against my skin.
Изможденная принцесса оседает на землю.
Why is it so cold?
Так, ну это понятно. Это все тоже понятно. Подойти к зеркалу. Посмотреть. Ты обращаешься в ничто. Ладно. Ага, ворон. Но это неправильно. Ты не можешь быть ничем. Ты взглядываешься и снова видишь ее. Бледную, скрытую в тенях фигуру прямо за отражением. Ты это я? По центру зеркала расползается трещина, разделяя отражение на двое. Затем появляется еще одна трещина, потом еще и еще одно. Стекло ощеривается острыми осколками. Значит, ты и есть рассказчик, я все думал, увижу ли я тебя когда-нибудь.
I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Если ты не я, то кто тогда?
I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Так, ладно. Давайте ближе к концу. На самом деле, разбить зеркало. Ты услышал достаточно. Ты уже знаешь, что ты. Ты долгий покой, огромный зарождающийся бог. Тебе пора наконец проснуться. Все это ты. Направиться в избушку последний раз. Ачивка «Нежное сердце». Когда ты проникаешь в самое сердце, тебя встречает пустота. Последнего сосуда в нем нет.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Я тоже по тебе скучал. Я долгий покой, но я не понимаю, что это значит.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Что дальше?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Ладно, короче, давай после стрима тогда одну схватку. Но быстро. Можем ли мы просто так уйти? Просто уйти, оставив так много историй неоконченными? А ты не можешь принимать решения? Почему это только моя ответственность? Давай сначала во всем разберемся. У меня так много вопросов. Чтобы сделать правильный выбор, я должен получить на них ответы. Если я выпущу миру, если я тебя выпущу, миру придет конец. Я не могу на это пойти. Если ты все равно должна была стать такой, тогда в чем смысл моих действий? В чем был смысл моих действий? Какая разница, какие пути я выбирал, если все они в любом случае вели к этому моменту? Должен же быть другой путь. Выбор не может Выбор не может сводиться к тому, чтобы уничтожить или освободить тебя. Я не буду делать ни того, ни другого. Кончить с принцессой, думаю, нам пора уходить отсюда, но я не знаю, как это сделать и куда идти. Так, ближе к началу. Можем ли мы просто уйти, оставив так много историй неоконченными?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
А ты не можешь принимать решения, почему это только моя ответственность?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Так, мы не будем ничего разбираться. Думаю, нам пора уходить отсюда, но я не знаю, как это сделать и куда идти.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
освободиться. Ты становишься собой. Тело древнего существа просыпается от долгого сна. Конечностям, которых ты раньше не ощущал, приливает кровь. Все здесь, кроме нее, это ты. Ты хочешь расправить крылья во весь их космический размах, но они скручены и смяты, зажаты в невыносимо тесных рамках конечности. Со всех сторон тебя сдавливает бесчетное число стеклянных граней твоей клетки. Ты напрягаешь все тело в попытке их раздвинуть, но они не поддаются. Взять ее за руку. Внезапно давление исчезает. Вы свободны, и она рядом.
It's magnificent.
Ни слова, ни образы не могут описать абсолютную реальность. То, что и есть само существование. И что дальше?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Шагнуть в бесконечность. Вы ступаете навстречу тысячи рассветов и закатов, каждый из которых обещает еще столько же. Вы существуете и осознаете все существование, как было и будет всегда. В вашей природе заложен конфликт, но вы никогда не останетесь одним и никогда не узнаете страха. Вы наконец-то обрели дом. Ну. Музыка классная. Спасибо, что сыграли в нашу игру. И все такое. Плейлист. Вернуться в главное меню. Окей, там было интересно. Несколько новых вариантов. Единственное, я не понял, было ли что-то из этих вариантов Pristine Cut. Давай Party Animal. В смысле, давай Party Animal. Нет, в следующий раз будет другая игра. А сейчас будет конец стрима. Короче, я не понял на самом деле, что из этого было Pristine Cut или не было. Но было интересно. Ну и тогда на сегодня на этом закончим. Я надеюсь, вам понравился этот стрим. Спасибо за просмотр. С вами был Балрог. Всем пока.